That is botanying. So we're going to botany. We're going to harvest all the things. And that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to grab up. There are online guides that are very helpful for finding the correct spots for botanying. And while I've done it many times, I can never remember it off the top of my head. So I'm going to quickly grab that up. And it's already on the correct spot. Well, there we go. So, botany stuff. I did also grab a... Not grab anything. I don't know what I was going to say there. Right, that's what I was going to say. If I run into town, I can drop example that I kind of set up for this already, in that I decided that I needed a retainer. Now, I've had the ability to get a retainer for a little while, I just haven't done the side quest to do it. But I did that off stream, unfortunately, because I was very intent on making sure that in the downtime while I wasn't doing Final Fantasy streams, when I was doing Terra Nil, which I still need to go back to and do all of that, and I was doing a bit of magic for the new set release. We will go back to playing Terra Nil, don't worry, there is still plenty to do in that game. I just wanted to jump back to Final Fantasy for a bit. Before jumping in with some other projects that I've been kind of toying with in my head and trying to sort out with people, and I think we've got to a point where we can actually kick one off next weekend. We'll just quickly hand in, pick up. There we go. They're level 11 already. They've almost caught up to me. Which is why I need to level botany. And so if I didn't do it on this stream, I would have had to have done it off stream. And that's when it then becomes more skeptical. The level 15 botany quest I haven't even done. What is the level 15 one? Quickly jump back to my... the level 15 is Majorum. High quality. And I haven't done that? Weird. Do I have some Majorum somewhere? I clearly gathered it at some point. I just never got the high quality set. We should also dump a bunch of this stuff in our retainer's inventory while we're here, before I go running off to try and gather stuff. Interest items, that's what I wanted. We're not going to be fighting anything, so we don't need any of these potions. We've still got plenty of cottage cheese, which, while not the best for gathering skills, I don't really have a gathering skills food, so that's fine. I'm not going to be needing to go to Vesper Bay. I can dump a bunch of this other stuff in here. We'll just go through and probably just dump everything that isn't the food that we've got. Sorry, you can probably hear me just fast clicking through this. What I'm doing is I'm right clicking to open up the help menu and then left clicking quickly, because it opens Entrust a Retainer at the top. So you can just kind of do a right and left click, one straight after the other, as like almost a double click to just fast retain everything. There's probably a quicker way. This is just the way that I know of. There might be a way to do like give all to retainer and it just dumps your entire inventory in there. I don't know. But I know I can do this, and this kind of works. There we go. And I can sort my inventory and there's just food in it now. Now all I'm carrying on my person is cheese. And that's what we like. Okay, now I can check the logs. So what I need is grade 1 carbonized matter. I need 99 of this for my level 20. So Western Manosia, which is over there. Can I get carbonized matter from this section? No, I can't. But Majorum is in Central Shroud. That's fine. We'll just do a quick teleport over there. It'll be all good. And then we can kickstart actually gathering and botanying. Yeah, so the reason I did a slightly earlier start is kind of a two-pronged reason. The first being that I have been given work, my actual job, unfortunately, kind of early tomorrow morning. So if I was to stream at my usual 2 p.m, we wouldn't be able to get a full 8 hours because I wouldn't be able to sleep otherwise before going off for my shift. Or I wouldn't get enough sleep, which I kind of need, in all honesty. So I thought it better to move it forward or cut it shorter. And I didn't want to cut it shorter for anyone. The other part of the same reason is because, if I'm gathering 99, I can just put on the enable quick gatherer. I know it's at 55%, but we can just kind of let it try it. And now that we have one, I can drop one onto my hotbar so that I can keep an eye on how many I've gathered while just wandering around and chatting. Yeah, the second reason was because I gave a quick glance at the Twitch demographics, the dreaded demographics, unfortunately. But they very much were like midday. Midday is when loads of people are watching Twitch and finding what streams they want to watch. So I thought better to start now and maybe pick up a couple of random viewers. I don't know if it'll work. This is me kind of testing out if it'll work for a couple of streams and seeing what happens. Maybe it will. Maybe we'll find some new people for the burrow. Find new guests to bring along. But if we don't, it's not too much of a loss. We're still just getting some good streams out of it, hopefully. So, yeah. The other thing I wanted to bring up was the streams for next week. So I normally plan streams and try and get 2 streams in where I can each week. Obviously this week we only had this one because I ended up being a lot more busy than I thought I would. And similarly, next week I'm also going to be kind of busy. So I will only be able to do a Sunday stream, but we are going to try and make it another drawing stream. I know I didn't actually finish off the piece that I started drawing, but I do have that kind of air of just like, I enjoy starting things. And then I hit the artist block wall and I'm just like, oh, I don't want to finish it. I can't make it look right. We're never going to make it work. So I sort of fell on that a little bit. But the next one I will have purpose. So I will hopefully do pretty well in making sure that I make some good progress with it and actually finish it off, either on stream or after the stream. Maybe I'll just keep streaming until I finish it, who knows. But that one will be more of a complete stream for drawing this one piece. So it's going to be easier to focus on it, hopefully, because I won't be coming from, like the Valentine's Day stream where I did some Final Fantasy and then jumped in, drew some stuff. I will just be starting off drawing stuff, so we can then go from there. Make a whole stream about it, and it should be good. Whereas this stream is just going to be me running around in circles gathering stuff. That stream will be me running around in circles drawing things. So it will probably be basically the same. But you'll get some different content. Because I can't be the same every time. Therefore, all content I make is different. I know, shocking news. Must gather all the fragments of grade 1 carbonized matter. Why? Because the botanist person wants ground rock for some reason. And loads of it. But they will also want Majoran. Also, I didn't eat my food. After all that talking about me emptying my inventory except for the food, I then forgot to eat. Which is no good, because there's no experience boost. Like, not that I particularly need it for this chunk, but if I don't use it for this chunk, I won't have enough. I'll have to run around so much more for the next section. Also, I mentioned that I've opened up a botanist guide. That's literally to check what the next quest is for, because while I've got this one and it's there going, it's here, look at it, and I can open up my journal. I can open up my journal and go, nope, I can't even do that. Wow. Unless I go and pick it up, I can't see what it needs. But the one after it, I definitely can't see what it needs because I haven't even handed in this one. So there's an element of like, I need to make sure that that I'm gathering the right things. So I can gather one of everything, and that's fairly easy because we've got the botany log here, where we can go, what's got a little tick and what doesn't. So like, we get down here, all of these except the lightning, which is in central Thanlan, and the water one, which is in eastern Lanacea, but only starts at level 30, have been gathered. They've all got the little tick next to them. If we go up to the next level, or sorry, if we, didn't mean to close that. That's not what I was, me fumbling with menus, oh no. If we jump across to the, I can never remember what they're called, harvesting side. It's logging and harvesting. If we jump to the harvesting side, you can see that similarly, there's the lightning shards, which I haven't gathered, the water shards, which I haven't gathered. They're both in Thanlan. And then a few seeds, which are in various places. But then we can also go up to the next level, which there's nothing in harvesting, but there is various items, and some of them I've gathered, some of them I haven't. So that's Thanlan, that's Lanacea, that's Lanacea, that's Lanacea, that's Thanlan. Those ones we've gathered for both, but there's a bunch of these in Lanacea that I haven't gathered, and Thanlan. So most of what I haven't gathered is how you mine off it for fish. Well, that would be getting the fishing class, is how you would mine for fish. Also called fishing. But yeah, so the easy way to get levels is to just go through the log and just find all the items and then gather a little bit of everything, because that's your quickest way to get experience, especially in low levels like I'm at the moment. You can get quite a lot of experience just by having the first time gathered boost, because as you can see, I don't know if you can see down here, you can see my experience, and the plus 13% or plus 8% is literally from how many I've gathered in a row. It's an old VG Cats meme. I don't know what VG Cats is. I assume they're a content creator. I am ignorant. I do not know. Also, hi RitualNet. Welcome to the channel. Or welcome to the stream. Where I'm just going to be running in circles, hitting trees with an axe, and cutting through bushes with a scythe. For many hours. We put in the labour, we put in the hard work, and we level our botany. And when our botany is at level 50, we can then become a chef and use all the stuff we've gathered through botany to cook things. I assume. I mean, we can use some of it to cook things. Not all of it is botany gathered, though. That's the wrong one. I've broken my own circle. But yeah, so we've got a good amount of stuff. We do need 99 of this though, so we're going to keep going. We're going to keep leveling. Because if we can hit like 23-ish off doing this, in order to get, while gathering the 99, then we go get the Majorum. We need 10 high quality Majorum for the level 15 quest. Then we'll probably be at like almost level 25 by the time we hand in the level 15 quest. So we'll then use that and the level 20 quest to get to level 25, and then we can do the level 25 quest. And be well on our way to 50. I've just realised a problem. The background music is really quiet. There we go. Hopefully that's better, although the music did just stop, so maybe not. The other thing that might be doing it is I might have turned it down in the volume mixer. Yep, that'll be where it is. That's better. We can pull that back out now. And turn that back down a little bit. There we go. Now we have volume again. Gathering point characteristics. Why has it now just told us this? Oh, because it's there's a gathering boon if I have over a certain amount of perception, which I probably don't, because I'm still wearing level 10 gear, I think. I'm still wearing level 1 gear. Oh dear. But I've got my level 10 hat on, and that's all that matters, is to have a nice sun hat. Murder the trees! Just like we did last week. Wait, no, we weren't murdering trees last week, it's fine. I didn't set fire to any forests. In Terra Nil. I should make that very clear. That's much louder. You really don't have to pay money to make me gear, that's fine. Like if I ended up being actually caring that much, I could make gear for myself from my other account and then send it off to myself probably via one of my other friends. So you don't need to worry about it. I'm quite happy in my little outfit. I can still gather the items I need. And especially at these levels, I'll end up getting the gear from doing the quests anyway. I just haven't found the gear mainly since the level 10 quest. Because Haste Makes Waste in the top left corner is the level 15 quest, which I haven't even gathered the items for yet, because I'm gathering the stuff for the level 20 quest first for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. The music is too loud. Is it all the sound effects that are too loud, or just the music? Like if I make a bunch of these noises, because I can just turn that whole thing down, or maybe just the music down. If we run back up to this fate and keep talking, that might be a better indicator, because it'll kick in the fate music again. There we go. Is that a better volume level? Or do I just need to project my voice more, because I'm not great at doing that. Is it still too loud? Can you hear me now? Might still be too loud. Perfect. Oh, good. So now I know that if I balance the levels on my end, it actually works. Because I know I speak quietly, so I try and balance the levels so that my volume level is way above my music. It was just right now I was like, I'm probably not going to be talking a huge amount if I'm just running around gathering stuff. So I could probably ramp the music up a lot more. 23 more of this carbon stuff. Carbonized matter. Carbon stuff is better. I'm going to keep calling it carbon stuff now. Grade 1 carbon stuff. Really, game? 66% chance and you missed 3 times in a row? Suspicious. That's what that makes me. But chances count. And it wasn't 100. Fair enough. I think I also get instances like that. Where it's a 66% chance and I hit 4 times in a row. Well, if the chance was perfect, then I would miss every 3rd attempt. But it's not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could be manually harvesting these, and I would probably have a better chance at getting them, because the actual botany and mining is about timing, for the most part. Like, once you find the first one, hitting that specific timing is a lot easier. And the better that you hit the timing, the more likely the chance. And when you auto gather, it offs the timing ever so slightly to give you that actual percentage chance that you've got with your perception. So it doesn't perfect the hits every single time, which then means that you get an actual average of what your botanying should be. That's 66% currently. Whereas if I was to do it manually, I would struggle more getting the first one, because getting the timing is variable. But if I get the first one, I'm more likely to get the rest of them, because I can actually, if I hit the timing correctly, I can get them better. But when I'm gathering 99 of something, I'm not that fussed about getting the timing perfect and how fast I gather them. I'm just trying to gather them. And so we don't really need to manually botany when it's 99 items. There we go. And an extra one for good luck. Then we need to go where we've got Majorum, which is somewhere. Bent Branch Meadow. So we can hit the return to Gardenia. And walk out to there. And gather ourselves 10 high quality Majorum. Double check that it is 10. It is. That's okay then. And then after that it's 15 high quality Chamomile. So now the interesting part is going to be getting high quality, because high quality does require you to have actual good stats. High quality items are a spot in the base game where it actually requires you to have better skills. So while I have the level 10 bronze scythe, I think in order to get the high quality chamomile, I will need the items that I get off these next two quests. So I might need to get the chamomile, run and hand these two in, get the items, upgrade my gear set, and then go and get the high quality chamomile afterwards. Even though they're probably in basically the same spot. So Majorum is about here. And chamomile is a different item that I cannot see on my list. Kind of suspicious. It's probably on the list somewhere, I just didn't look very hard. Majorum! I can't remember if it's this one that I need. Increase gathering boon by 10%. I think that's the gathering boon. Yeah. The problem being that I need high quality. So this is where I probably want to turn off the auto gatherer. Huh. Gatherer boon no longer gets me high quality. Does it just get me multiples now? Because if so, that could be problematic. Me having a horrible moment that they've updated, and therefore the guide that I'm looking at is out of date, and there's no such thing as high quality items for gathering, which could be true. I would have thought I would have hit one by now. Intentionally slowing the timing to see if I got a high quality. Did not work. Okay, we're going to run back into town and see if, see what the quest requires. Because it might be that they don't need high quality anymore, in which case it might change the whole plan. Not the whole plan, I'll still do botany, I just won't know what my quests need me to get. Which could be problematic. For like prerequisite stuff. wish to travel to the Botany Guild. Thank you very much. Find out what on earth is going on with high quality items. And if it's even still possible to get them. Hello. Can I still go for quality items? I completely forgot that I'm normally reading quest things. I just kind of skipped through. Ignore the fact that I just skipped through all of that quest dialogue. I don't know what you're talking about. We're absolutely fine. So the problem I found recently is that Final Fantasy makes me too relaxed. It gets me to a point where I'm actually really sleepy. Which is very on theme for my character, but sleepiness makes streaming difficult. Makes me all lethargic and I want to be like awake. Fufucha sent you, did she? Good. I'm not a man to mince my words, so forgive me if I seem blunt. You know what majorum is? But of course you do. You're a bleeding botanist. It's a very common ingredient in alchemy, isn't it? Very common. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you botanists supposed to be the experts in harvesting such stuff? Yes, you are. Strange, then, that the expert who brought me my last batch of fresh majorum didn't so much harvest the poor plants as dismember them. Why, the leaves were so torn up I couldn't recognise what they were at first. Needless to say, they're next to useless. So thanks to your herb-hacking colleague, I have no majorum to make my concoctions, which is why I inquired at your guild, only to be told you were out of supplies. And here we are. Now, it isn't too much trouble. I would be obliged if you could bring me 10 sprigs of fresh majorum. And I'd please like to make them whole, as opposed to the fine bleeding puree your brush butchering colleague delivered. Truth be told, I don't care much about your hatchet-happy friend. What I do care about is not keeping my customers waiting for their medicine. In short, hurry. Oh, and for the love of the gods, be gentle with the plants, will you? I shouldn't have to say it, but after the last bloke, I'm not taking any chances. That's a good thing I've already, so it looks like high-quality items are not a thing anymore at this level. So I can just give him 10 regular majorum, which I've already harvested, which is nice and simple. Ah, the majorum. Marjoram? I've been calling it majorum this entire time, and I don't know if that's actually how you pronounce it, but I'm going to keep going. And such fine specimens. I'm sorry I gave you such a hard time, friend. Thanks to you, I can get back to making echo drops. Do you know about echo drops? They're an alchemical concoction that restores voice to silenced lips, allowing the imbiber to cast spells again. Conjurers and thaumaturges never leave home without a bottle or 3. But I must say again, these are some of the finest specimens of majorum I've seen, and they're none the worse for the picking. It's clear you know your way around a plant. As for your colleague with a heavy hand, I'm certain your guild will deal with him appropriately. Thanks again, and send my regards to Fufucha. Sure thing, no problem. Oh god, I've still got a tickle in my throat when I lost my voice. See if I clear that out, I will mute myself for a moment. Okay, it sort of worked. I'm sure it'll come back in a moment, but we'll keep going for now. Let's see how it goes. reason being that I think the tickle in the back of my throat is less from the cough and more from just the resonance that I'm putting my voice at. Because I can feel it coming back already just by talking, but when I don't talk, it's fine, and it just sits there, and we're all good. The problem is when I start talking a bunch, which unfortunately I have to do, and I have to train my voice to do better. So I need to get a lighter, airier tone, I think. Ah, there you are. Thank you for a job well done. There's no need to report the details. I have already heard all I need to know. It is my belief that the botanists in question had naught but personal gain in mind. When he so hurriedly harvested the majorum, in his haste to complete the task and claim its reward, he damaged the herbs and rendered them useless. Such greed brings shame to our guild, and I will not tolerate it. The offender's name shall be struck from our roll. As I taught you when you first came to us, a botanist nurtures all natural environment and the mutual benefit of man and wood. He who thinks only of his own environment has no respect for nature and is unfit to call himself one of us. Of course, you hardly need reminding of this. Something tells me you shall never give me cause to worry. But let us speak of cheerier matters. Tell me, did gathering the majorum pose you any trouble? If you ever find your work unduly onerous, you might consider outfitting yourself with better gear. Even something as seemingly insignificant as a new pair of boots can make a world of difference. As you gain in knowledge and experience, you will find yourself venturing further afield in search of new bounty, and your choice of equipment will become even more critical when they introduce high-quality items again. Go now, Tegan, and keep up your efforts. I look forward to seeing you continue to grow as a botanist. There you go. Certain gear grants bonuses to gathering, perception, and GP values. The higher gathering rate improves your chance of obtaining an item. Greater perception raises the amount of items obtained. So perception used to be your chance at getting a high-quality version of that item. But now it's obviously your chance of getting the Gatherer's Boon, which now instead of being high quality is more regular quality. An additional GP increases your extracting stamina. So your MP but for gathering. Outfitting yourself with an eye to your objectives will increase the efficiency of your gathering endeavours. Very good. And you mentioned new pair of boots. That's what I'm going with. To wear my little wooden clogs. I've got a new scythe. The other part is now that I'm level 22 already, and I've already gathered the stuff for the level 20 yarn, we should be good to just complete this off the mat as well. Get me some new gloves or trousers. Dressed to harvest. Good day, Tegan. I see from the soil on your hands that you have been as diligent as ever in your botany. I am not surprised. As we develop new skills, so do our labours become more varied, and thus does our motivation grow. Yet, know that motivation can only take you so far. If you wish to master botany, you must pay heed to those details which you have until now taken for granted. In particular, I speak of gear, the tools of our trade. Not all tools are created equal, you see. And if you are to work with any degree of efficiency, you must use such gear as befits your ability. Lest you misunderstand, I am not telling you to go out and replace your gear. There is a more frugal way to improve your tools, and one more respectful to nature besides. Tell me, have you heard of materia? Don't tell me they've changed this to just being equip materia onto your gear. They could well have done. Is it a kind of crystal that can be used to enhance the efficacy of gear? In the past, the enhancement process requires certain catalysts found throughout nature, the gathering of which was our domain, but new methods have rendered them obsolete. Okay, maybe it's only 15? Oh no, we only need 15. I've got 99, well I've got 100 of them. Be that as it may, these substances may still make for ideal subjects of training for budding botanists such as yourself. Therefore, for your next task, I would like you to gather a quantity of one such catalyst, namely grade 1 carbonized matter. 15 fragments should suffice. A thorough search of the area surrounding Aleport will surely prove fruitful. The hamlet lies in western Lannister, on the Isle of Vilbrand. Oh gosh, sorry, I didn't even take a breath there. Once you've gathered the requisite amount, pray present the carbonized matter to Sandre. He will teach you the basics of materia. Hi, Sandre. Fafucha sent you to learn about materia, you say? Very well, bring me 15 fragments of grade 1 carbonized matter and we'll talk. I bought a little bit more than 15. It seems Fafucha has high hopes for you. Very well, let us speak of materia. The art of crafting with materia is yet new to Eorzea. It was born of our shores by a goblin scholar named Mutamix some few years ago. Put simply, the process begins with extracting materia from old gear. This is then attached to another piece of gear, enhancing the item's properties. Mind you, it's not as if any half-wit... Mind you, it's not as if any half-wit can do the attaching. No, it takes a skilled craftsman with the necessary knowledge and experience. And once the process also required substances known as catalysts. The carbonized matter you've gathered is one such substance. Oh wait, so you don't even need it for... Oh, so I've got a bunch of this and it's not even useful anymore. That's no good. But then they discovered a way to attach materia without the stuff, and we botanists are a little more idle for it. Such is the way of progress. And that, my friend, is materia in brief. Now, I'd thank you to ask me about the workings of it. That sort of scholarly stuff is beyond my fathoming. If you wish to know more, perhaps even try your hand at crafting with materia. I suggest you seek out the Goblin Mutamix. It's said that his camp is a place called the Bonfire in the wilds of central Thanlan. Oh, and keep in mind that materia comes in a great many varieties, each granting unique benefits to the gear it's attached to. I dare say you'll lose count of all the kinds you come across on your adventures. Kind of. If I were you, I'd try to find a craftsman who'd be willing to attach materia for me. Chances are there's such a person among your list of acquaintances. My list of acquaintances is very small. It currently has one name on it. Hooray! Level 23! Not level 25 yet, so we're going to have to go get a couple more levels before we come back. There's a good chance that what we need is just chamomile. If we can find chamomile on the list. There it is. Upper Lannister. So we'll go back to Aleport. We'll go up and get like 15-ish chamomile. That should hopefully be enough for the quest that is meant to be 10 high quality or 15 high quality. Maybe we gather 20 and see what happens. Let's go, monkey. Ook, ook. Off to get some chamomile tea. Eat all the cheese. Oh gosh. I forgot to put stealth on. I forgot stealth came off, in all honesty. There we go. Sneak! Sneak time! And the good part is, once we've got the chamomile, we can then just gather pixie plums that are also here, because they can be turned into prunes, I think. I think they become prunes with a culinarian. So that can be my next craft for my culinarian. I can just make a bunch of prunes. Yeah, I don't know exactly how many I need, but we'll try. See what happens. Oh, I missed the last one. My timing was way off on that one. There you go, that one was better. See, first time gathering bonuses are very useful. Suspicious. move around it a little bit. Gathering everything? Why am I gathering people's belongings? What people's belongings am I gathering? I am confused. Momentary pause where I have to moderate my own chat. But we are now going to run off to the West Lanusia section and get some gathering done there. Because like I said, first time gathering bonuses are better than spam gathering the same thing. The only reason I did that, a little bit of that for the pixie plums, is because I know they are a one-item ingredient for culinarians. Which makes it nice and easy for to get some experience with culinarian. They're off over the other side. That was moving silly there. That's not surprising. We'll see if we can get those. I mean, we could just find them straight away. That would be really good. Simple solutions to problems. Okay, back to the log. What do we need? There's the Thailand, Shroud. Ooh, Shroud, we could go back there. Lower Lanicia. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in Lower Lanicia, so I guess we're going to go there and harvest a load of it. The whistly wind noises as we fly around. They're very silly. Where's all my background music? Okay. If the game's not going to give us background music, then we'll find our own. In the form of Fancy 14 music. noisy. Go harvesting wood too in Animal Crossing. I need to start playing Animal Crossing. But I don't think I can stream from my Switch, so I have to play it in my own time. And I don't have a huge amount of my own time, and I do a bunch of stuff in it. And do a bunch of not stuff in it too. So, there we go. There we go. So easy. Oh, achievement. Logging for hours, Lucia 1. I don't know why I keep using that. I can't raise half my 100. And it won't even raise the Faculty Gathering, so there's no purpose to using that ability. Make a slight adjustment that hopefully will keep me awake a bit better, and that's getting natural light in here. Okay, hopefully that was better. I will stay more awake now that I've got some natural light, even though it's not a lot, because it is not particularly sunny outside. Yep, the camera can still register. But I'm here. It still knows when I'm talking, it still knows when I'm wiggling my ears. Good. Was the same skeleton and was like, no. I'm pretty sure there are orange seeds that exist in this game. fancy music. Also, I'm not having to engage in battle. There's the sea. I knew there was a sea. Where do we need to go next? Central Fanland. Already got all of that. That one is Central Fanland. South Shroud. And that's East Fanland, East Shroud. East Fanland, East Shroud. East Shroud. Lower Lanacea, Mora Bay Dry Docks. That's where we head next. It's not even the dry docks, it's just Mora Bay. Only over here. Which is simple to do. Found that, botanist? Ooh! Which are the achievements for filling out your botany log. Gathering enough of various items. First collecting various different items. Not seeing much of the way of things that are still in this area. So if we go to the downland, I can then harvest a bunch of stuff there, round out my logs for various places, and then carry on leveling with the botany stuff. I was about to say the story mode, and I was like, nope, that's not correct. We're not doing story mode today, we're doing botany. Botany leveling is the aim of the game. For today, anyway. Like, we probably could do the story, but... Always a way out of the river. it's weird because the last few streams I've done of Final Fantasy I've just been very sleepy. And I know there hasn't been a lot going on in stream, because obviously it's an MMO. We play it for the long haul. There are going to be quiet times. And I'm doing my stream. A lot of it is just that. At this level anyway, it's kind of autopiloting. You just run to the next spot and then you hit the button and it goes, yep, gather the material. And you run to the next spot. But I don't know, for some reason I've just been like super tired. We've got the flash just in the background. Other music. I don't know how to 20. Definitely haven't harvested yet. Bit more there. Britannia. And do the level 25 quest and get myself a new piece of gear from that. Also, did I even equip my level 20 gear? Because I don't think I did. I could be wrong. But part of me wants to say that I didn't even equip the last set of gear. The other thing I need to do very quickly is go and stir the food pot. So I'll be right back a second. door closing noises. It's fine. And I find myself back down here again. Okay. Okay. The future, what have you got for me? Let's put that on pause. Because we've got the actual in-game music playing a bit. Every time it stops, I'm a bit like, I want music going again. As Gridania continues to make headway along the road to recovery, ever more outsiders shall flock to her gates. They come here in hopes of trading, and Gridania must welcome them as if she is to forge. And Gridania must welcome them if she is to forge stronger bonds with her neighbours and prosper. Make no mistake, Tegan, busy times lie ahead. Verily, we have just now received an order for no fewer than 2,000. What? What? Okay. Verily, we have now received an order for no fewer than 2,000 fine sprigs of chamomile from the quicksand in Uldar. The quicksand wants 2,000 pieces of chamomile. They want a lot of tea, apparently. So run along and harvest them, would you? I jest, of course. The task of this scale will require more than 2 hands. If you would be so good as to procure, say, 15 sprigs, I would consider it an appropriate contribution. Chamomile is well known for its fragrant aroma and soothing properties. There is satisfaction to be had in ensuring that folk from every corner of the realm can sample the delights of this great staple. Do you not agree? The herb is abundant in Upper Lannister, around Oakwood to be precise. Once you have harvested 15 sprigs, pray deliver them to Sandre. I've already got them. Hi, Sandre. So, for Future has you harvesting chamomile as well, does she? Return here when you have 15 sprigs, and I'll add them to the pile. While you harvest, I shall ponder how in the 7 Hells I'm supposed to ship them all. I've got 20, so 15 are yours. 13, 14, 15. Aye, precisely 15 sprigs of chamomile. My thanks, friend. Ah, that distinct aroma. There's nothing like chamomile tea to calm the nerves. It's the perfect way to end the day, I reckon. Now, all I have to do is to wait for your fellow harvesters to bring the rest. Pack the lot and drag it all to the airship landing. I expect I'll have earned a cup or 2 of tea when that's done, though I rather suspect it will be the very last thing I fancy. I don't know if a Future mentioned, but this batch is bound for Uldar. It would seem the lords and ladies there have developed a taste for chamomile tea. Developed a taste, I said, but like as not they drink it just to impress their neighbours. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if each cup was served on a golden saucer. Referencing the casino. There I go again, spouting my old prejudices. It's a bad Gridanian habit, I know. Sooner or later I'll have to get rid of it. Don't worry, a visiting Uldar will splash... Sooner or later I'll have to get rid of it. Don't want a visiting Uldar to splash hot tea in my face now, do I? No, you probably don't. That would probably not do very well for you. You sure ain't too high level for me. It is too high level for me. It's a level 27 shirt. Why are they giving me a level 27 shirt for a level 20 mark? Makes sense. Oh. Next we will need something that I'm not sure. Because I'm not level 30 yet. But we can continue on with our gathering log. For that as well, which is good. Finished a quest and it dropped sneak again. Oh, and I ate some food. Hi Sana, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Confused about the just doing some video editing. Very cool. How has streaming been going? Yeah, just doing little bits here and there seems to be the general strategy. Again, very much just... I have plans in the works for bigger things. Ooh, BG3 stream. I should get a whole BG3 stream going. I have an idea for going through the old... the somewhat slightly older Larian games. Maybe if I can convince Ritual to do them with me, then that might work. But we'll see how it goes. We'll do a test run and we might stream it. And that might lead into Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, okay, so what you need to do is they need to be a wizard and you can be their cat companion. You get to be their found familiar. That could be very adorable. Although I will require you to just be meowing every so often. Just every time you need to communicate, just start it and end it with a little meow. I've got a couple of plans of my own doing a stealthy run. Ooh, nice. In that case, even better to be a cat. Ooh. And then you get to tank for them and be like, hello, I'm the tank, I'm an owlbear. What are you going to do about it? Not a lot, because I've got double hit points, because I'm also a druid after you kill the owlbear. Yeah, it seems like it'd be very cool. Yeah, I've got a couple of few plans for myself where I kind of get to just be like, I've got plans and I'm sort of making plans with other people to stream various things. There's just workings going on and trying to organise with the people to stream the things. And so I have plans for my channel, but while the plans are being worked out, I'm kind of doing Final Fantasy still, which I still enjoy Final Fantasy. There is an element of like, I get a bit sleepy, which I think is just a case of when I'm not talking to people and while I'm just kind of, like especially in this kind of stream where I just had the music going and was just botanying, as like, they're both sort of background activities and my brain just kind of shut off and I was just there falling asleep. And it's like, I'm not even that tired. It's 1 o'clock. I shouldn't be falling asleep. But I kind of am. And I can't help it. Druids are kind of broken. One campaign that I'm in at the moment in actual real world is they've made a homebrew area that's kind of prehistoric style, and the whole campaign is based around sort of like settlement management and being a group of individuals who explore and then set up a settlement and then try and progress and make a settlement into a proper civilization while also being in this prehistoric dinosaur infested landscape. And there's still elements of like there are gods and the gods kind of roam the land and that sort of thing. We haven't encountered any of them yet in the actual game, as far as we're aware. We've encountered a couple of otherworldly beings, but that's specific characters. But I'm playing a druid in that one currently, and while I really liked the idea and thought it worked really well, there was then an element of like, cool, what do druids do? Well, they're really good at survival, they've got really high wisdom, so their perception's really high, and then they have spells like locate plant or animal. They have spells like speak with animals, animal friendship, charm beasts, like everything that... The couple of times where our DM has basically come around and gone, oh really? Is because I've gone, cool, you want us to do this situation in which there should be some difficulty. What if I just cast this spell that solves the problem? Because as a druid I have all the spells that will solve all of our problems. It's like, okay, you camp down for the night and you need food to survive. Okay, I cast plant growth. We're in a forest. We're surrounded by plants that probably have vegetation on them. I then nature check and find whatever edible plants are around. I'm also carrying a pouch full of food, seeds. So I can just plant those in the ground before I plant growth, and then we've got a 100-foot radius area full of vegetation that we can eat because we know it's safe. Survival problems now 0. Or there was another mission where we had to find an alpha T-Rex. And I was just like, okay, well, T-Rexes tend to be fairly solitary, so I'm just going to locate creature on a T-Rex, and it will show us to the nearest one. And funnily enough, there is one within 100 miles, and it's the one we're looking for, because it's scared off all the other animals. That tree did not give me much lee room. I tried to run away from that tree, and it was just like, no, dead. I didn't realise my sneak dropped. I didn't realise Sneak had a timer now, it seems. I thought it was because I was going into quests and things. Maybe it stopped because I leveled up? I didn't notice. Either way, my Sneak dropped and it got me killed. Big sad. That's fine, because we can now go and look for whatever the next thing to gather is. South Shroud and the various shrouds. Or just all South Shroud. Oh, no problem. That's absolutely fine. D&D is an amazing game. I have been tempted to try and stream some D&D game, but part of me is a bit like, the people I play D&D with don't enjoy playing online, and I am not great at hosting, like DMing. I'm good at DMing. I wouldn't say I'm terrible at it, but like I do a lot of silly voices. And a lot of those silly voices don't really translate well for online streaming. Not because they're offensive, or at least I don't think they are. It's just when I have this persona, I don't really want to be doing all the voices that I do in D&D with people that I know in my real life. And I'm not sure if I want to cross that element across or not. Whereas if I'm a player, I can very much just have my voice and maybe put on a character voice that's similar. But then it would also, the other problem with doing that, I should mention, is because I can't guarantee. Basically, the way I've ended up working my work is that I have one day off a week guaranteed, and that's the day that I do in-person D&D. So I can't guarantee a second day off each week that is then the same day. So unfortunately I couldn't set up like a streamed D&D session because it wouldn't be able to be a set day, and therefore when I'm trying to organise a group of people, I can't just be like, cool, I now know what shifts I've got, can everyone do Sunday? Because the answer will be no. It's way too short notice. We can't guarantee that we have the free time, which is entirely fair. I imagine anyone listening to this and going, we play D&D, we understand how D&D works, will go, yeah, organising people is the highest DC challenge that D&D has in real life. You can't just grab a group of people and be like, we're playing D&D now, let's go. Unless you're doing a one-shot, in which case you can totally do that. You can totally be like, cool, this date at this time, let's go. If you want to do an actual campaign, you've got to add some kind of regularity. Otherwise, the whole thing doesn't work. Or you need to find enough people that are just so flexible with their time that they could all just go, cool, whatever day. Whatever day we're all free, works fine. The downside with that is that I don't know any people like that because the way working works is that it doesn't do that. If that makes sense. I was about to say the way that jobs work, or the way that working works, it doesn't work like that, and then realised that I'm just saying the same word over and over again. The way that jobs function doesn't prohibit that. There we go. That's a more cohesive sentence that delivers the same message. But yeah, so it's difficult. I have plans in my head, and it's getting them out into the world, which I guess is starting by being like, can I do things on stream with one other person? And organise with one other person streaming something for one session, maybe two, and see what happens. And then from there it's, can I get a group of people together and maybe do a D&D one-shot? And maybe that would work. Or maybe stream like some Final Fantasy raids or something. I don't know what yet, but we'll find out. And then from there it then turns into, well, what can I do? How flexible can I be? Hopefully by the time that I've got all that sort of stuff going on, I might have an actual largish viewer base, which means maybe we can pick people from the community and be like, maybe yourself or Ritual or other people, to be like, can we do stuff? When can we do stuff? How can we do stuff? And then what stuff? Like, I would love to do a BG3 full playthrough with a consistent group as a kind of trial for running a D&D game. And then taking those same people into an actual D&D game and being like, cool, let's play D&D. But therein lies the issues of like, I have to get to that point. And I'm not sure I'm there yet. What am I even harvesting? North Shroud, no. Central Shroud, no. South Shroud. That's where that one is. Alligator pears. Okay then. Level 30 quest is to get alligator pears, which we can do because I gathered some, but I can go back and get more. Yeah, I won't spoil what my ideas are just yet. My stream next week, if all goes to plan, my stream next Sunday will be the start of one of my ideas that I've been working on for a fair while and just kind of actually planning it all. And if everything is successful, then that should be good. And we should have a fun stream out of that one. And the follow-up, which will be the actual sort of project that I was thinking about. Because then there's a potential that could then run into a couple of streams, but it depends on how quickly that all happens. I'm being weirdly cryptic about it all, aren't I? Somewhat intentionally. Wow, I just didn't have the right scythe equipped, apparently. Was that also a level 27 item? It was 28. Well, in which case I did have the right scythe equipped until just a minute ago. Yes, looking at the next. Okay, back to the beginning. We've got all of those. We've got all of those. We've got both of those. We've got all of those. We've got all of those. These crystals are in a load of different spaces. One is in Central Shroud though. And one's in North Shroud. Which I think the pigments are in the same spots. So we can do that. We're going to head over in that direction. If you're doing a gatherer when you can fly in the whole area is much easier. Because travelling from one location to another when you can fly is quicker than travelling when you can teleport and then run. Even if a lot of the places in the really early section are right next to aetheryte crystals. As soon as you get to the ones that aren't right next to aetheryte crystals, you have to run there. And being able to fly is just quicker than the running, so works better. I just forgot to gather that and then moved on to the next thing. That was silly. Next, North Shroud. Yep. And when I get there, I've got to make sure I've got my sneak on, because North Shroud is where I died to that tree a moment ago, and I don't want to do that again. can't be doing with dying all over the place. I was going to go in that direction, and then I realised there was a big bear hunt monster there, and I thought better of it. Because while I have sneak on, some hunt monsters might be high enough level that they can just see through it. So that's then Central Fanland and Eastern Lancashire. Again, East and Middle Lancashire and Central Fanland. So that's everything that I can get at the moment from those. I'll go back down to the bottom here. I've got all. I was about to say I've got all of those, but that is not true. I did not get ice light seeds. Did we get all of those? No lowland grape seeds. I should have done that, but forgot they existed. Yeah. Oh, Coeth and carrot seeds as well. Didn't get those. Or black pepper seeds because they didn't turn up while I was mining that. East Shroud, 9 ivies. We can go and get those. Nice little fly through of town. Nearest David on this side. Use that to teleport up to the Lancers Guild and then take the boat out to East Shroud. Probably could have made it quicker by actually just teleporting to Hawthorne Hut this time, but I'm saving money by doing it this way. So we're all good. Nice. I don't think I gathered from to be when I was gathering apples, I think. Right, I had to get all the apples for the cider vinegar that then went in the cheese, the cottage cheese. Then got those there, East Stanlan. East Stanlan, East Stanlan. Then we got East Lanacea, East Lanacea. East Stanlan, Upper Lanacea, East Stanlan. And the new sets all over the place. So I guess we're going to East Stanlan. Camp Drybone. Yeah. Still incredibly sleepy. But we're doing it. We're streaming. We're botanying. We've almost hit level 30. So much rain. And the food ran out. One more level. Then we'll be able to hand in that next quest and move on to the next one. There are still more sets of seeds to get. So once again, it's gone really quiet. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump the music back in. There we go. Mustard seeds are not turning up. Which I mean, I guess it just means I'm sort of gaining experience by just staying here. Oh, there they are. I just needed to complain that they weren't here, and they turned up. Pretty accurate. myself on my chair a little bit. Where do we have to go to next? East Lanacea. And Middle Lanacea. And I think that's pretty much everything from that point. That should get us to 30. So teleport. Let's have a look at where in East Lanacea it is. Not sure. So, this one's quite a long distance, so we'll use the teleport here. It's going to a different continent. Well, not quite a different continent, but a different one of the 3 main sections. Which will take quite a long time for us to actually just straight fly there. While doable, I can't remember how. So I'm just going to use the teleport. Get a little bit easier. If it was only a little bit easier, I wouldn't do it. This way it's a lot easier. Because the travelling that distance is... Blessed Harvest action learned. And Blessed Harvest is increases the number of items obtained when gathering by 1. Pretty cool. I will, just given that I'm already here, quickly go and grab fire crystals. Because otherwise I have to disappear off somewhere and then come all the way back again. And also, the next item is laurels, or should be laurels. Given that we're just playing the music separately, I may as well turn that off. Until we actually need it, when we're doing the story again, I can throw that back up. Because we're playing the music separate, because I have the album, so you can just play that. And not have to worry about not having music going. There we go. Lovely. And now I can get everything. Okay, there seems to be 3 distinct sections. Okay. Go do the shroud stuff first, then go do the Fernland stuff. After handing in the next quest, for level 30, which will then get us our next set of gear, or next piece of gear, next couple of pieces of gear, which should be useful. I fear we have a situation on our hands, Tegan. The guild's crop of alligator pears has been ravaged by vermin, and scarcely a day before the fruit was due to be picked. It is disheartening to see our labours come to naught, but such is the way of nature. Alas, our woes do not end there. In a fine example of ill timing, no sooner had the disaster come to light than we received an unusually large order for, yes, alligator pears from the Carline canopy. Yet all hope is not lost, for the fruit also grows in the wild. We need but find enough to fulfill the order, 15 to be precise. Our man Solyu is charged with keeping track of such produce, as may be harvested in the Twelveswood. He spends most of his days around Bent Branch Meadow at this time of year. If there are alligator pears out there, he will know where to find them. Pray, seek him out, Tegan, and do as he directs. He's over in Bent Branch Meadow, which is in central Shroud. Realistically, I should have just teleported out of town. But let's run this way. So I went to this Mikato Amphitheatre. teleport up and then teleport down. Me thinking I'm being alone and just being like good music has to say no to it. And then also me being like, I don't like singing. I don't like my singing voice, it's not there. I have too nasally a voice in my opinion. I wish there was a way that I could fix it, but I don't know if there is or not. Training myself to be clearer in my pronunciations. And clearer in my tone. Looking for some alligator pears? Aye, I heard the unfortunate tidings. Yet all we can do is take it on the chin and cope as we can. I recommend you search the northeast of Quarry Mill. Wild alligator pears grow there, and we're doing well when I last passed through. Barring pests, they should be ripe for cooking right about now. Oh, and just so you know, the place you're going to is no different from any other untamed corner of the forest road, by which I mean is full of nasties. Botanists like myself avoid the area if you can help it, but it should be as a walk through a flower garden for an adventurer like me. Now you'd best be on your way. Those alligator pears aren't going to pick themselves. No, I've already picked them. One step ahead. Already picked them, already done. Go and hand them in. It's as simple enough. Oh, also on a lovely little side note for people, kind of a side note, given that I am playing Final Fantasy XIV currently, we got some little updates in regards to the two kind of main focuses of my streams that I've been doing recently, which is Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy. So this year we have a Final Fantasy themed Magic the Gathering set coming out. I think it comes out in like June, July time? July? June? Might be June. Early June, I think. And we finally got some spoilers of cards for the set and for the Commander decks respectively. They've done some interesting stuff. Sorry, I will. Before I go on about talking about that, because that could fill a nice chunk of time, I'm going to read this quest and then move on. I trust you know where the alligator pears are found in nature. Please hurry, Tegan, you do not want to keep my client waiting. "15 alligator pears, and just in the nick of time. You've spared us Mjolnir's wrath. Lest you misunderstand, Mjolnir is a reasonable woman ordinarily. It is just that much rests upon the fruits available. Upon the fruit's availability. Alligator pears are to form the centerpiece of a new dish of hers, you see, a hearty salad which she has been promoting feverishly to adventurers far and wide. Mjolnir would not have been best pleased had her plans gone awry, but owing to your efforts she can keep her promise, and we are good reputation. My profoundest thanks, Tegan. I trust you have learned a valuable lesson from this episode, namely that we must not take nature's bounty for granted. As I taught you when you first came to us, nature is an unsentimental creature. She may provide for our every need today, but she will take it all away on the morrow. Those who would walk the path of botany must come to terms with this fact. and the sooner the better. For should your labour prove fruitless, and they frequently shall, no amount of brooding will avail you. At such times one must remember that for all her seeming cruelty, nature is not our enemy. She simply is. If you would become intimate with her and partake of her bounty, you must learn to accept her unconditionally. Very good. Ooh, level 31. Is that high enough level to equip the gear that I just got given? Yes, it is. Goggles acquired. Now on to what I was doing. South Shroud to go, please. Yeah, so, what I was talking about, Final Fantasy and Magic the Gathering are doing a crossover, or kind of a crossover. I don't think Final Fantasy's having any Magic the Gathering related stuff in it, although they might do, I don't know. Because I know we got to find out some stuff about the set that's coming out. And what it's going to be is a draftable Magic the Gathering set, which will have alongside it a starter set and 4 commander decks. The little announcement video that Magic the Gathering did was a bunch of the crew from Wizards, who are the people who produced Magic the Gathering, talking about how they went and met with the Square Enix crew who make Final Fantasy. And that they had a bunch of nerdy hobby crossover in that they went there expecting just to be a bunch of Final Fantasy fans who make a card game and to be like, oh, we really love all the stuff that you do, how can we incorporate that into our game? And they found it more of like they're all just Final Fantasy and card game and Final Fantasy and Magic the Gathering fans meeting together and going, aren't these great hobbies, can we work them together? Which, the general collaboration was about the Final Fantasy set coming out in Magic, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did like a specialised triple triad thing in Final Fantasy XIV, or something along those lines. Like maybe a little promo event to kind of celebrate, I don't know. That's, I guess, up to Square Enix and see what they come up with, or if they came up with anything beforehand. If they did, they're keeping a much better secret of it than Wizards are of their set. But yeah, so Magic the Gathering has recently been doing a bunch of crossovers with different IPs. And we have the Final Fantasy set coming out. It's coming out as a draftable set, which will mix cards from all 15... Is it 15 so far? 16? Have we had 16 Final Fantasy games so far? The main series, I will say. They're not doing any of the side games like Tactics or Symphonia or 10-2 or any of that stuff. They're sticking mostly to the main series of games, so 1 through to 15, 16, whichever one they're including up to. Including Final Fantasy XIV that we are playing currently right now. Part of this is incorporated in the fact that I did already gather these. The commander decks that they're making are... So the thing that they're doing in the set, in the main draftable set, is on each card they are putting a little marker on the bottom bar that says what Final Fantasy game it's referencing. So there's going to be loads of cards in the set that will be characters and places and items and events and whatever else they decide on from the Final Fantasy games throughout the franchise. Everything from like there's probably going to be some kind of like artifacts that are materia that you attach to equipment. I can definitely see that being a thing. Because they did in the Kaldheim block have runes that they made, auras that you put on equipments. But you could put it on an equipment or you could put it on a creature. So they might do that sort of thing again, but just rename them to materia and have them still be materia, enchantment aura rune that then you can attach to an equipment and it buffs the equipment. Or they might just make aura, enchantment aura materia and make it just work the same as runes. But I could definitely see that being a thing. They haven't spoiled any of that yet though. So I'm not guaranteeing that, I'm just saying I could definitely see that being a thing because it's such a big part of Final Fantasy as a franchise. Almost every single game has, or as far as I remember, every single game has materia of some kind that you attach to your weapons to power boost them. They might also just simplify it down and just be like, there are combat tricks in the set that are like common combat tricks that just give like +1/+1 and a keyword, and then call them like quick draw materia or battle arm materia or whatever else they might decide on. Then there is also... Sorry, I should find out where I'm going next. Fanland. So it's Fanland. Fanland is where I'm going next. Broken Water. Let's just teleport. But yeah, so I can see them doing that. Everything from that as like a kind of concept to individual characters. And the example of that is they've spoiled the face cards for the starter decks are Cloud and Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII. Obviously the protagonist and antagonist of that whole game. And while, from what I remember in the game, Sephiroth is less of like big villain antagonist and more of like kind of almost a background to the actual, like I didn't play a lot of Final Fantasy VII, but from what I played, from what I have pieced together based on like the films, which I have watched, as far as I'm aware, Sephiroth's more of like a face for Soldier, which is the actual like villain of the series. It's like, yes, Sephiroth is a villain, but he's there trying to work with Genova to destroy the world. So he's less... I could be entirely wrong about this as well. I should probably just stick to the things that I actually know. So, as an example, Final Fantasy XIV. One of the commander decks, so each of the commander decks is based around a specific game in the franchise. So they've got one that is Final Fantasy VI, and we've seen the face card of that being Terra. We have one of the decks is Final Fantasy VII, and we've seen the face card of that as Cloud. We have one of the decks being Final Fantasy X, and the face card is Tidus, or Tidus. And one of the decks is based around Final Fantasy XIV that I'm playing right now. And the face card of that deck is Y'shtola, who we've seen several times in this playthrough, but also I know that she is fairly important in future expansions. And she has a big presence at a specific point in one of the expansions. And that's the moment that they've taken her from. She's dressed in the outfit that she wears in that time. And they've kind of obscured her face a little bit, which kind of plays into what I know about that. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who's watching my series to watch the playthrough and learn the whole story by watching me play. But then if you're watching to get the story, you wouldn't be watching the entire stream where I'm just doing botany, because that's not going to get you any story. You're just going to get a little side story of me doing the botany quests. But yeah, so I'm very excited for the set. Pre-orders have already gone up for the Commander decks, and the Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy XIV decks are already basically sold out in most stores, which surprises me not at all, because they are the kind of flagships for the series. Like Final Fantasy VII seems to just be like the one everyone knows. Like, if you don't have a specific, I used to play this Final Fantasy and it's my favourite, Final Fantasy VII is one that you would just know of, I feel. Unless you're like really not in the gaming sphere, and not into gaming at all, in which case you might not know what Final Fantasy even is. And then Final Fantasy XIV is obviously their MMO, after 11 kind of didn't really go anywhere, and then Final Fantasy XIV has had so much work put into it over the last like 5 or 6 years, or 11 years, however long it's been going. Something like that. It's a long running game, and I'm sat here streaming content from 11 years ago. That's basically what's happening right now. But yeah, so there's plenty of popularity on those, and that's probably why those two decks have sold out more. But what they have said is that in the main set they will be reprinting, or not reprinting the actual cards, but the characters that are on the cards from the Commander decks will also have their own cards in the set. So there will be a Cloud in the main set, there will be a Terra in the main set, there will be a Tidus in the main set, and there will be a Y'shtola in the main set. So that's quite cool to think about, and it's been very cool to see all of the it's been quite cool to see the few spoilers that they have put out, and to think about, the other thing they're doing is a couple of secret layers. I think they've said that they're going to do 3 secret layers in the Final Fantasy universe. So those will be like special sets of cards that might be from the main set, but might also just be premium product. That then, somewhere down the line, they will then make into universes within cards. I'm not sure how they're going to do those, because we haven't heard anything about those yet. They have spoiled a couple of cards from the actual set itself as well. Some of them are very, very thematic. Like, we found out that what they're doing with Chocobos, as an example, is they're making them all landfall effects. So, all the Chocobo cards will have a landfall ability, and so will kind of encourage you to play a bunch of lands in a similar way to how a Chocobo carries you around in the games and helps you explore the lands. So it's quite a nice little thematic touch. And then there's things like they've made enchantments that are side quests. So the one that we've seen so far is the fishing side quest from Final Fantasy XV. I wanted to call it 13 Verses there for a second, because that's what I knew it as originally when I wanted to buy it. And then they delayed it a bunch, and it didn't come out on the PS3, so I couldn't buy it in the end. But yeah, that was a while ago. Yeah, so the fishing quest from Final Fantasy XV is an enchantment that then gets you stuff and then flips into a land that you can then utilise the stuff that you get. So it's kind of a nice little touch of like I think the fishing quest gets you fish tokens or food tokens, and then it flips into a land that you can sacrifice tokens to put camps on your creatures or something like that. And it's called like the cooking campsite. So it's sort of it's the mini game of fishing into the thing you need to do the mini game of fishing for. And they've said there will be a Blitzball card. So no doubt there will also be a Triple Triad card, because Triple Triad is also a thing that is in several of the games. Oh, there we go. There could well also be I was about to say something there and then I completely blanked on what I was thinking. Other cards. That's not helpful. But yeah, it's quite exciting, quite cool piece of news. Like, Magic the Gathering players knew that this was going to happen for a little while. They knew there was a Final Fantasy 14, or they knew there was a Final Fantasy set in the works. And obviously, I can't use the leaves here because I haven't done it. Okay. Is there anything else I can get? I can't really see. I guess that's what I'm going to be doing. But yeah, so it's quite a cool piece of news, and I thought people who are interested in Final Fantasy might not know about it. But it could be a nice stepping on point for people who love Final Fantasy and have been kind of interested in starting Magic. It's going to be a pretty good product where you'll find all of the characters that you like and all of the creatures that you like chocobos, cactars, moogles. We've seen all of those in cards. And I'm sure there'll be more cards for them. There's a Tonberry card, if people are fans of the little stabby guy. Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of very cool stuff in the set. And with the starter product, it also means that you can kind of get you and a friend into it by just buying this starter product and being like, cool, we now both have decks, we can play against each other, they should be pretty balanced. And then from there we can buy cards from the set and upgrade our decks, or a commander deck each, and then play commander. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff that can lead you into. And it's just very cool. It's a nice way to onboard people, is to have the franchises they love represented in Magic the Gathering. We've got Lord of the Rings, we've got Fallout, we've got Assassin's Creed, we've got Warhammer 40,000, we've got Walking Dead, we've got Stranger Things, we've got Transformers, we've got Godzilla, we've got Jurassic Park, we've got the other ones. I guess technically Fortnite, Arcane, the League of Legends ones. And then we're going to have Final Fantasy. We've also got a couple of Marvel cards. There is going to be more Marvel stuff in the future, especially as later this year we're getting a Spider-Man set. It's going to be standard, legal and draftable. Much like the Final Fantasy set. It's going to be standard, legal and draftable. So if you like playing Magic and if you like playing standard, get ready to play against Final Fantasy characters, because they're going to be in your standard and I don't mind it. I think it's quite cool. I've got a couple of commander decks already that are just like throwing as many different IPs together as possible, and I find it very fun to be like, the one specifically is my vehicle deck. And so to be like, oh yeah, Optimus Prime is going to get into the Fortnite Battle Bus, and then he's going to fly the Fortnite Battle Bus, and that's going to then crew the Jackdaw from Assassin's Creed, and then that's going to get into a Thunderhawk gunship from Warhammer 40k, and then Optimus Prime flying his battle bus, flying the crewing the Jackdaw to fly the Thunderhawk gunship. He's then going to crash into my opponents and do a bunch of damage. Very funny. Very silly as well. Like, I built that deck around two very silly things, which is mismashing IPs and vehicles crewing vehicles. Like, there's not many creatures in that deck, and most of those are transformers that flip into vehicles. So most of the decks are going to be vehicles that are all just going to crew each other, or make tokens that can crew them. Generic pilots. But no, it's good fun. And I would definitely recommend anyone who is a Final Fantasy fan, but either plays Magic the Gathering or is interested in Magic the Gathering. Anyone who's a Final Fantasy fan that plays or is interested in playing Magic the Gathering, to look into the set when we get more spoilers for it. You can look up the spoilers that we've had already. Those are online. You can definitely find them. The website I normally use for looking at spoilers, I have a Reddit for it, but also scryfall.com is a useful website where you can just look at every card based on, you can break it down by sets. So you can specifically click into the Final Fantasy set, or the Final Fantasy Commander decks, and go and have a read of all the cards. There's some very cool stuff, there's some very beautiful artwork, and they are even doing some promo arts of important characters that are taking artists who have worked on the Final Fantasy games to then go and do the fancy art that they've done for the games for cards. So there's some very cool synergies there of being like, well, we've got Final Fantasy artists for Final Fantasy artwork in our Magic the Gathering game. Enjoy. And so far what I've seen from it, it's going to be very cool. I'm excited to play it. And because it's going to be standard legal, it means it'll be coming to Arena. So I can definitely mash two streams together and be like, time to play Final Fantasy in Magic on Arena. So I'll be streaming Magic the Gathering Arena and playing with a Final Fantasy deck. It should be very silly. I'll draft some of it and play some sealed, and then use the cards that I get to make some Brawl decks. And make a Final Fantasy specific Brawl deck. That probably is just like a Legendary Creatures Matter deck. In 5 colours, most likely. Then play all my favourite characters. All the Final Fantasy 14 characters. It'll be very silly. Still got a couple of levels to go. There we go. Android seeds, looking about seeds. Okay, everything from that one. We like looking at these crystal formations. Just a huge meteor explosion of just being like smash. These ones aren't great experience-wise. I need to get the chamomile seeds. I was over in them and I read it wrong. Come on, got those. Try and get the seed. Something else for him. Chamomile. I'll keep mining pixie plums until they get me chamomile seeds. And then once I've done that, I can then move on to Fanland to get popotos and white scorpions and just mine a bunch of popotos, I guess. Potatoes. Potatoes. Already had pixie plum seeds, so we don't need any of those. We need chamomile seeds. Come on, I've got to give me some seeds at some point. I just want chamomile seeds. Please give chamomile seeds. Thank you. Eventually. Preemptively thanking you for the seeds you're going to give me. Right? Right, game? That's what this bush is here for. No, that's not what that bush is there for. I don't know if we're going to get these chamomile seeds. We're going to go round and round forever. But we'll keep going until we're like level almost at 25. And we'll have to open it to those regardless whether we have the chamomile seeds yet or not. Where are chamomile seeds? Where are chamomile seeds? Please. Ah, I was literally just about to say getting these chamomile seeds might be an endeavour in futility, and it gave us to us. So we did get them. Get them solved. Now we can get it into the boat. Porto. Mute myself just a second, and I should probably also go check on the food, so we'll be right back. Hi, I'm back. Don't worry. We're all good. I just went to get myself a drink, and also stir the food, and also grab myself a snack. Because no matter what I do, I seem to keep nodding off. Because doing multiple background activities is not keeping me awake. So maybe botany stream was a bad idea, but I'm at the very least going to get to level 35 and then try something that I don't know what. Maybe I'll read the story again from there. Yeah, I want to get to 50 though, probably. I want to get my botany to 50. There. That's everything gathered. Except for the potato seeds. Guess I will harvest some potatoes until I can get the potatoes, until I can get the seeds. Sure. Oh, well, there we go. Much quicker than the chamomile. There's more stuff. Oops. Yeah. I think that's okay. That's everything there except the ice-like seeds. Everything. Oh, that one got seed. Let's press that down. Is that just where my stopwatch is? Weird. There's some other dungeon. I could just do that while I'm here. Removed a quest from my journal just by simply going and putting a flower down. And then opening up a dungeon. Chocobo music! when will I find the carrot seeds? Is it this one? No. Hooray! And then we need to go get black pepper seeds as well. So another reason I'm kind of determined to get every gathering item I can, like every option, at least gather one of every single option in the gathering log, is because when you have a retainer of a specific class, if you send them to go and get items, they can only get them if you've gotten them before. So for things like the seeds, it's mostly easier if you can send a retainer to go and do it. Oh, nice. Because you don't always find them like that. So a lot of the time it's better to be like doing that sort of stuff in the background, like going and gathering seeds. Or like crystals or things, like if you're focusing on a gatherer, then it's better to go and get the crystals stocked up by your retainer. Because they can just kind of go and do that while you're doing other things. Manosia and ice-like shards are Western Manosia. Okay. I haven't attuned to Swift Perch. Well, that's something I can do. Then go and get these seeds, then go to Swift Perch, then go and get the other set of seeds. I will definitely remember. I probably won't remember. But yeah, so it's quite useful to have a retainer that can get any item you need from that specific gathering class up to their level. And the reason I'm doing... Basically, I'm trying to get my botanist to 50, because then I can get the retainer to 50 while doing Heavensward story and all of that. And like finishing off the ARR post-campaign, then doing the Heavensward story while my retainer gets to 50. Then I can get my botanist from 50 to 60, because I will have had all that area unlocked and all the flying for that area unlocked. And then after that, I can then have them doing stuff in the background while I keep moving. And I don't think you can have a crafting retainer, so I'm not sure I can do... You can have Disciple of War and Disciple of Magic retainers, but I don't think I could have like a Culinarian retainer. So I'm not sure that can work. To be like, have someone make my food for me in the background. Must be getting close to some of the boss music, right? How long the Final Fantasy? Like, we've listened for like 2 hours? 3 hours? I mean, there are 119 songs. We are on song 25. There is a lot to this soundtrack. They are very good soundtracks though. Like earlier, me and Sana were talking about Dungeons and Dragons. You need some background music for Dungeons and Dragons. Grab yourself the Final Fantasy soundtracks. Because you can just divide songs out of it into little loops, like into their own playlists on like iTunes or whatever you've got on Spotify probably. Whatever music app or program you decide to use, you can get your Final Fantasy playlist on there, and then you can put the individual songs into their own playlists and have it on loop, and then you can just loop the amazing music of Final Fantasy, which will fit whatever theme your moment is going on. Like this is just great battle music, but then there's also actual battle music, or the fate music, or the battle music from the different zones, or specific dungeon music. All of those can be used for combat. And then there's like all the travelling music for different zones, themes, all the boss music for some really big, epic stuff going on. Like, Masayoshi Soken is a fantastic composer, and all of this music is amazing. I was going to say, jumping back onto the note that I just mentioned of using Final Fantasy music for Dungeons and Dragons, of like tabletop role-playing games if you're doing that sort of thing, or just chilling out, background music for whatever you're doing, like this, where I'm just streaming and I'm using it as the background music because it's from the game that I'm streaming. So my options are to either listen to this music or listen to this music. Seems reasonable. But there are then the OSTs for the different expansions as well. So this one that we're listening to that's 119 songs is just for the base game. It's just for A Realm Reborn. We then have like Heaven's Ward soundtrack. If you're doing like snowy winter stuff, Heavensward one's really good for that, because a lot of that music is based in Werther's. There's then the Stormblood soundtrack, which also has some amazing music in it. And that's more of the kind of oriental themed songs. It's based in Onshima? Ongashima? I can't remember what the place name is. Oh, completely blank on the place names. In the expansions. No, completely blanked on it. But yeah, so you can then use that for that. And then there's the Shadowbringers and the Endwalker soundtracks that are some very epic music in them. And some more sci-fi styled stuff. There's a couple of little areas that are kind of more sci-fi looking. So that's also tends to be pretty cool. And then some point soon we should have the Dawn Trail soundtrack coming out. I don't know if it already is out. I haven't got it yet if it is. But the last time I checked, which was when Dawn Trail released, it wasn't out at the time. There were like songs out, but there wasn't the full album like these ones are. So, potential. It tends to be that the album, the full album like these are, comes out after all the post-campaign patches, which for Dawn Trail, we've only had one out so far. There is a second one coming soon, and then there's probably like 3 more after that. And then we should be in whatever the next expansion is. Which would be very cool. I mean, we won't be. I doubt we'll get there quick enough. Though we might, if I keep not sidetracking myself with little things like doing the botany job. Okay, we've got all of those. Yeah, we've got all of those. We've got all of that. We've got all of that. All of that. And everything on this list. Yep, we've got all of that. We can then jump to the other one. We've got all of that. We've got all of that. We've got those. We've got those. We've got those. We've got all of those. And we've got all of those. Cool. I've collected one of everything. Not quite at level 35 yet, which... Ooh. But the level 35 job is the laurels, which I have already got. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've got 47 laurels. So I've got plenty of those. Now the way I would normally push, boost my level up, is... Oh, actually, I know what I can do. Which free company am I bought? Serpents. So I can jump back to Gridania. I can chat to the serpent person, and they should give me a, if I'm high enough level, which I don't know if I am or not, they should give me a job hand-in, which should be enough to get me the last level to 35. Should be in the optimal term. I've got all the Lalafell loaded in first. Ooh. Wait for everyone to load in. Okay, personnel officer. Undertake supply and provision missions. I need to do 10 belladonna. I've got one. Cool, so I can go and get some more belladonna. Which is... Nine IVs. That's not too far away, that should be fine. Yeah, I can get a bit of experience from that. And then I might have to do the leaves. Fates? Gathering fates, that doesn't make any sense. God leaves. Which is normally how you do the level up, but I haven't unlocked any of the leaves for any of the zones, which means I then have to go and do some combat stuff before unlocking the leaves for a zone, and then I could go and do the leaves there for gathering. But we're getting there. We're making progress. We've gained like 15 levels so far before even hitting a standstill. And if I unlock leaves in certain areas, then we'll gain another 15 levels fairly quickly. I just gather all the things when they pop up the new section and in the job quest for each 5 levels, and then do leaves outside of that. Should all be very straightforward. Okay, could easily have 10 now. Yeah, 21. And I say it's difficult because it's oh, sorry, my voice kind of vanished there for a moment. It used to be really easy to use the provisioner to get an experience boost, because it used to be you could hand in regular quality or high quality versions of the item, and obviously when you handed in high quality versions of the item you used to get like a hugely increased experience amount from it. I don't know how they've counteracted that now that you can't get high quality gathering items at this level. Maybe it's a case of you can repeatedly hand in the same thing, or maybe it's a case of you just can't get the boosted version from handing in high quality. I don't know. But we'll find out by handing them in and seeing what happens. Like maybe we'll hand them in and they'll immediately give us a new one for our level. another one. But it got us our level, so that the Botany Guild and hand in these laurels. And it's unlocked the next level, so we've got more things that we can collect. We're doing it. We're progressing. Ah, Tegan. You couldn't have come at a better time. A dear old friend of mine has found herself in a predicament, and is in dire need of a botanist's aid. Normally I would not trouble you with a request of such a personal nature. This task, however, should serve you nicely in your training. A contingent of the God's Quiver has just returned victorious from a hard-fought battle with the Ixal, and my culinarian friend Yanni has been tasked with overseeing a feast befitting the occasion. Unfortunately, she is suffering an untimely shortage of a key ingredient. I would ask you to harvest 20 laurel leaves, which can be found amidst the lush vegetations of the northeast of Little Alamigo, in southern Thailand, and bring them to me for inspection. Done and done. And if those 20 aren't good enough, I have another 20, and then another 7 in case. Let me see here, 19, 20, and nary a withered leaf among the lot. Yanni will be pleased as peas. Pleased as peas. Speaking of which, Tegan, do you know why laurel is so prized by culinarians across the realm? Not only does it boast a most pleasant aroma, deep yet not overpowering, the perfect accent to a savoury stew or seasoning for a steak, but it is also known to stimulate the appetite. There you go. The brave men and women of the God's Quiver feast now, but it is only a matter of time before they are summoned back to the field of battle. Deliver the laurel to Yanni, that she might prepare the feast that will warm their hearts as well as sate their stomachs. Yanni, for some reason, being stood over here, next to the cabbage patch. Greetings, friend. Are you perchance the botanist to whom Fufucha entrusted my order of laurel? Yep. I can't guarantee these are the same 20 because I just dumped them all back in with the 47 I had. Well, I can see why Fufucha is always singing your praises. These will be among the crispest, most aromatic laurel leaves ever to grace my spice rack. Ixali raiding parties grow more relentless with each passing day. I fear that the day will soon come when we can no longer afford to feast our men as heartily as we do today. Still, Gridanian's finest require sustenance as much as they need their lances and bows. I am but a simple culinarian, but I would do what I can to support my countrymen, and yet there is only so much I can accomplish on my own. In any event, I am grateful for your aid. Pass along my thanks to Fufucha and let her know that I shall be calling upon your services again. Good. I'm glad you will. It's always good to have that backup of people you can count on. I hear Yanni was overjoyed with your delivery. Thanks to you, she will be able to prepare a feast befitting the triumphant occasion. And yet, truth be told, I take no pleasure in martial victories. Every day that we continue to water the soil with blood, I fear we lose something of what we once were. There was a time where Gridania and Ixal alike lived in harmony with nature and with each other. Is there no other way to resolve our differences than with lance and arrow? Forgive me, Tegan. I do not mean to burden you with my troubles. My weird makeshift pile of gear that I'm wearing. Next, we've got... What's the item that we're grabbing next? Ramhorn zucchinis. Oh, we've got those. How many was it? 20, I think. I think it's good 20? Yeah, 20. South Shroud, East Lanacea, East Lanacea, East Lanacea, and South Shroud. And then this is East Lanacea, East Lanacea, East Lanacea, East Lanacea, East Lanacea. There! So I guess I'll start in South Shroud. And then go from there. So for having completely emptied my inventory, I filled it up basically entirely in 15 levels. A lot of botany. And this is what a retainer is needed for. When you fill up your inventory, you can dump all your items on your botanist. You can dump all your botanist items on your retainer when you can't carry them anymore. Lovely and simple. See, another piece of combat music. Such a good thing. Oh, I forgot to put the food. That's silly. Lost out on some experience there. Ooh. Yay, I've reached the point where I can get maps. And I did learn how to decipher and dig, so I can go and use that map. Do I do the map first, or do I carry on botanying? I gathered everything in this area. Some other stuff from the east side. Yeah. Let's use them. There we can use the decipher skill to pick the map. I'll make sure I'm on an actual class that can challenge the map first. So we can pick the map while it's in our inventory. It also shows up in our inventory, and we can just go right click decipher. And it then jumps us to the screen where it's like, do you want to decipher this map? We hit yes. It then deciphers the map, gives us a map. So this is how maps work, is you decipher them. I don't think I did this, I've done maps before. So, maps work by, you find them either through combat or by gathering them. Most of the time by gathering them, I think, is the predominant way that where they get found. You decipher them. It then gives you a section of what is map, the number of people it recommends you use, which it also tells you when you hover over the map, so you don't have to decipher it and then be like, oh god, it takes a party of 4, because you can hover over it and it'll say recommended party of 1, party of 4, this sort of level. But given that I've just harvested it from a level 38 crop, the likelihood is it's a party of 1, level 40 map at most. And it's in the South Shroud, so you then have to try and find where this part of the South Shroud is. I already know where this part of the South Shroud is, it's right here, because if you scroll in on this map, you can see the section of the map goes out like this. It has the roots coming in here, which you can see all of that on here. It then got all the dots, which are all of these dots here, which I think are that's the fence, isn't it? And then this is all like the posts and the trees. And then it's got the edge of the Camp Tranquil. So it's about here. So then what we do is we go there to dig up the map. Because it's a treasure map. And we need to go and be pirates and dig up the treasure. So we fly over to where the map shows us. Which is this sort of space. We plonk ourselves down here. And we find roughly where the X is, which is about here somewhere. I want to try and be as precise as possible. About here. And then we hit the dig button. And your little person has a look around and then goes, oh look, I've discovered treasure. That's where the X was. So I was a little bit off. And then now that you found the treasure, when you open the coffer, it will trigger a combat, most likely, or it will open and it will be a dungeon entrance at the higher level ones. So as soon as you open that, the treasure map is lost, but you now just have to fight the monster. And it's level 39 monster, it's a level 40 map, which for a level 54 white nose is easy peasy. And then it gives us a bunch more little monsters that are also level 39. Which again, super easy for a white one. And then once you've killed all the monsters, it says you defeat all the enemies drawn by the trap, which means you can then, if you can see that just down here, you defeat all the enemies drawn by the trap. And then that means you can walk back up to the treasure chest and open it up, and you get stuff from it. I also got an achievement for treasure hunting, which is quite nice with some experience and some hunt seals, I guess. Hunt seals? Don't even know what that was. some kind of currency. It gave us some kind of currencies. But it also gave us items. And the items it gave were an Araman tear. So it gave us a treant sap for... I got that off killing the treant. But the treasure chest itself gave us an Araman's tear, which is a rare crafting material. Probably used for alchemy because it's a reagent. As opposed to like an ingredient. That one's a reagent as well, so that's probably alchemy. Miscellany can be anything. Ingredients tend to be culinarian stuff. And then like bloodgrass is a cloth, so that's for a weaver. Oak branch is a lumber, so that's for a carpenter. Tarantula is also a reagent apparently. But yeah, so you can kind of tell what gatherer they are for. And then also we've got toad leather, which is a leather, so it's for a leather crafter or a leather worker. And it's 3 high quality toad leather, which is kind of interesting given that you can't harvest high quality items anymore. Cool. They've probably made high quality items much more powerful now. But yeah, that was a treasure map. Hopefully people enjoyed that little sidetrack of grabbing a treasure map. We can then fly off to our next zone, where we will get ramhorn zucchinis for level 40 quest. Should be good. Oh. So I'm going to make a bit of a noise at the moment. I was drinking my drink and a droplet fell off the bottom onto my skirt, which is no good. But there we go. Yeah, all sorted. Also stuff here, which I think are the other level 40 making gathering things. Yep. We just run over to the next tree and I'll gather a full set of nutmeg and then try and gather a full set of almonds. Ooh, also almond seeds. Nice. The auto gather hit 16% on the special. Boosted it up to 69% and it couldn't gather any of them. Bit of a mean way of doing that. I guess we'll use the bigger one, boost out to 100% and just make sure that we get a full set of almonds. There we go, much better. Are there... No, just almond seeds. Cool. So we can then fly off where the zucchinis are. We're almost level 67. 37, not 60. Definitely not 67. Almost level 37 from 36 is where my brain one of its few with their artichokes. Woo, 37! Gathering stuff at the correct level is much more beneficial than gathering stuff at a lot lower level. And the first time collection bonus is a huge boost. And we need to make sure that we get 20 zucchini. Okay, got 20, but I'm going to grab some extras because I'm going to hand 20 off. I want to make sure I have some left over for any recipes that I need to make with Culinarian. If I end up doing a stream of me just being like, Culinarian Day, all the cooking. Then I want to make sure that I have the ingredients for it. Ooh. We're finally getting to the dungeon music. I'm in the crafting log again. Yep. Means I need to go do leave quests now. I'm going to have a quick check on, because the guide is still useful for that. Scroll down. 15. Wait, 35. No, that's 35. It's not page 3. Anyway, page 3 is 36 to 50. Lamphorn zucchinis. The level 35 botany leaf quests are in Coerthus Observatorium. The level 40 botany leaf quests are in Coerthus White Brim. So, we need to go to Coerthus. I don't know if I can get to from here. Uplands here, there's outer, and there's nothing up from there. Yep, I can get to from here. But I can return to back I can return back to Gridania, and then from there I can travel to North Shroud and out to Coerthus. That will be good. And then I'll go and unlock. I'll use my white mage to unlock the leave quests, and I'll do some botany leave quests from there. It's White Brim. No, it's Observatorium is the level 35. White Brim's the level 40 lines. So I'll probably need to unlock both. Eventually. But for now I'll just unlock the level 35 ones, I think. And then do those up to level 40. I knew I was flying roughly in the right direction. And then once we're past the tower, we can get a bit more north, and there's the exit. I know my way around the base game fairly well. I've done it a lot. I have played 11 years of this game. I should hope I know my way around it. Hassan, I wish to unlock the leaves of the observatorium. Thank you very much. Save Bessie. I'm not doing that fate. I could. I'm not that fascinated by it. More important that I get leave meets done and go back to doing botany stuff. Okay. Do it at +4 because we're way above the should be here. Just looking around for it, like, where on earth did it spawn? There we go, that's the duty complete. And then click there, free teleport back. And that then unlocks the ability to do leaves. In this location, anyway. I can then hop back to botanist and I can get fieldcraft leaves. And there's 2 level 35 ones. I can accept them both. One in each direction. Interesting. Let's go to this one first. I don't know which is which, but I can find out by running to them. Spear of Heaven. This is the top one. When I get close, I go into the Spear of Heaven and I initiate. And I'll keep it where it is at the moment. Sometimes I pick them up. Some of the fieldcraft ones can actually be quite close and you lose out on experience for not doing as well. And you can take that to the pool because the other one is outside the other side of town. Well, I haven't in just yet because we've already finished it, but we'll still get the fast completion bonus. We'll run off and do the other one first. Then we can hand them both on together and pick up another report at the same time if we need them. We might do, we might not, we probably will. Here's the one where I have to put a bunch of stuff in the vehicle. So this is one of the ones that I'm talking about. It's like you could go for a higher level, giving yourself like a +4 instead of just a +2. But there are evaluation bonuses for getting so far above the amount that they want. Which if you can get there, fantastic. Go for your +4, get all of the bonuses. But if you do the +4 and then lose out on a step of bonus, then you're getting like a 2%, 4% increase there, but minimum be getting a 5%, 10%, or even a 25% increase, which seems inefficient, to be honest with you. My evaluation is currently on 1.6. I've got one more stuff on, which is this level 43. So I might be able to hit the bottom bonus, but I'm probably not getting the ones above there. 152 and then 160. Better than I thought they would. I was looking at 189, which gives me the +25%. That's always good. And then literally just turn them in and get where your rewards were, plus a bunch of experience, plus coins, and then completion bonus for a fast completion. You get extra experience and extra coins. So that was a super easy way to get from 37 to almost the end of 39. If we do one more, I mean, this one gets us a venture, which is good for allocating our retainer to go and do stuff. Salad days. Initiate. And we're already on the +4 now because we're level 39 on these level 35 classes. Yeah, this was just to get 32 of the item from the 8. Oh, level 14. and I'm only halfway. Should be nice and simple. Now the rest is all just bonus. Because I needed 32, I'm already on 35. So extra shortweed is just bonus stuff. And the last one, we're a whole 10 above where we were meant to be. I don't need to keep the teleport, they're literally around the corner. And that should hit us to level 40. I mean, we're already level 40, but this should just hit us maybe up to 41. Easily, like almost an entire full level. And then we've got the hand-in for Crisis of Faith, which is the zucchini hand-in. And we should, now that we're at 40, we should have the next steps in the botany chain, in the logs, which should be nice and good. So using leaves is much quicker than just going around and doing, although we did have to go and get all of the ones that we missed. Yeah, we did have to go and grab all of the items that we hadn't gathered earlier from our logs. So it was good to go and do that, but we've then now got the rest of our stuff. Where am I even going? Maybe just running to the completely wrong area. Going to the Botany Guild, which we should have teleported to, not run over here for. But we already started running now, so oops, I guess. Fufucha, what have we got? Oh, good evening, Tegan. Forgive me if I seem a bit pensive. If you must know, what music to get for Fufucha. Oh my god, she's an Amalja boss. I do love this song though. You don't have to put up with me. Oh, good evening, Tegan. Forgive me if I seem a bit pensive. If you must know, the thought of that our harvests are contributing to the war effort and weighing heavy on my heart. What I truly wish is to be an agent of peace. But what can a humble botanist do? In the meanwhile, another order has come from Yarni, this time for zucchini in large quantities. No, I am afraid our homegrown harvest simply will not suffice. Fortunately, they are said to grow in the wild in abundance in the Glanosia region. I would ask you travel to eastern Lanosia and harvest 20 of the finest zucchini you can find from the area south of Raincatcher Gully. When you're through, bring them here to me. Hi. What resplendent zucchini! I had no idea such succulent specimens could be found in the wild. Truly a testament to the splendour of nature, is it not? The zucchini plant is quite sensitive to humidity. One would never see them grow so large and luscious here in the Twelves would. Furthermore, they are quick to ripen and quicker to rot. Meanwhile, meaning the timing is of the essence. And yet, a perfectly ripe zucchini is truly a thing of beauty. Sweet enough to be savoured raw, its skin retains a pleasantly firm texture even when stewed. I suppose he only means to prepare a wholesome and hearty feast for our soldiers. I know. I should take pride in serving our nation this way, but I have troubled you enough. Take your harvest to Yanni with my blessing. She's now chilling in here. Hi, Yanni. The future assured me my 20 zucchini were on their way. Might you be the one who took the order? Yes, put them here, along with another 12 that I'm keeping for myself. Why, what remarkable zucchini! I've not seen the likes of these in quite some time. At the risk of sounding boastful, I dare say that my next batch of ratatouille is shaping up to be the tastiest Gridania has ever seen. Wait until I make ratatouille. Ratatouille is a dish that holds a special place in my heart. It was the first recipe I learned, you see, taught to me by none other than Future's own mother. My father was a travelling merchant, and our family moved often when I was young. I had few friends until we moved here to Gridania, where I befriended Future. Hours would I spend by her side as she rooted through her garden. After sunset, we would go inside, where her mother would whip up a ratatouille that truly warmed both body and soul. To relive those days. Wait a minute, I have an idea. This is the ratatouille that inspired me to pursue the culinarian's path from such a young age. Do take a bolt of the Future. It seems she could use something to pick up her spirits these days. Oh no, I have to speak to the Lalafell again. And clearly, Ifrit has been summoned. I thank you for delivering the zucchini to Yanni. I suppose she is already slaving over a hot stove, preparing a stew that will give our warriors stamina to fight yet another... What's that? Yanni has something for me. Why, this is my mother's ratatouille. I always knew that Yanni loved this recipe, but I had no idea that she'd learned to reproduce it to such succulent perfection. This brings me back to the old days. Yes, things were so much simpler then. Now, the ratatouille was once warmed our hearts after hours spent frolicking in the garden, serves to light a fire in the bellies of those who march off to war. Will things never again be as they were? Bit of a downer. It's going well. Quickly re-glamour over it. Yeah. I've been running around without glasses on this whole time. Right. There we've got mirror apples, apple seed, and mistletoe, all in white brim. And then we've got Pagoda sage, it's an Apollinacia, black scorpions, it's an Apollinacia, rolling berries, See it seeds. We've got 2 spots. I think mirror apples is the one that I'll end up needing. Mistletoe. I was incorrect. But that's still in... Yeah, that's still one of the ones in purpose. So I will run off to do these ones first. Because once I've done those, I can then go to Coerthus. I can get the mistletoe and the mirror apples that I need, and then after getting enough mistletoe for the quest, I can then go do some leaves to level me up to 45. Because I need 20 mistletoe. Which should be simple enough. Beach music. Wait. That's not beach music, that's housing estate music. Oh my god, it's the housing estates theme! Then a building falls on me. Weird reference, sorry. Made no sense to anybody. And I'm going to go to... Oh wow, just level straight over there. And then have a look for the item that we need. Or items that we need. I didn't get any Rolandberry seeds. I didn't get all the seeds. I'm stupid. Why did I not do that? Oh. Get the seeds, lovely. I'll have to go back and get the seeds at some point. Mistletoe is just a reagent, which is fine with me because I don't really need alchemist stuff. I'm not really doing alchemist yet, I'm doing culinary more, so I'll just gather the 20 that I need. And then hopefully not grab too many extras. get the seeds, and then I'll go back and get the rosemary seeds that I forgot about. Or do I just go and do the leaves and then go to grab the rosemary? Go and do the leaves up to 45, then go back and grab rosemary seeds. Probably. Probably only realistically got about an hour left for this stream, so hopefully I can get to level 50 by then. I guess it depends on how quickly I can get seeds and things in various places, or maybe I just kind of leave those until afterwards and get up to level 50 and then go back and get the seeds, either off stream or afterwards. Maybe that's the smarter thing to do. There shouldn't be too much more effort to get to 50 though. Okay, that's one seed done. Now we've got 2 levels on doing a couple of leaf quests over in White Brim. After unlocking the leaf quests in White Brim. There's the banner, the top of the banner. White Brim's font. Quest individual there. Just quickly jump through their little hoop. Oh. The quest marker was for something else. walk away from me. That's so good. There we go. All the animals are treated. And pop back inside. And bathroom. Botanist. Field quest. There we go, one of these is actually. I didn't even register that. I think the music that started playing is the music that you get for doing leave quests, and I didn't register that it was just the song we hit in the playlist, and not the actual song for the leave quest starting. That was silly. I don't know why my brain didn't register that, but I'm pretty sure that was the correct music at the correct time. But my brain was just like, yep, this is all correct. Didn't even place that it was by pure chance. Until right now when it's like, the gathering ones shouldn't have this music. Should definitely do that quest line while I stream at some point. If anyone is unsure, that is the Agent of Inquiry theme. Well, this is the Agent of Inquiry theme, which is Mandeville's theme. Hildebrand Vanderbilt is the agent of Inquiry. It's a very funny, very silly detective subplot theme that's in several expansions post-game. And it does start in base game. Realm Reborn is a big campaign. So we can do the first part of it, but we cannot do all of it. So maybe we wait until we can do all of it. And then do the whole thing in one big long go. Do like a whole stream of just running the whole Mandeville section. Because it is a good quest line. It's very fun. Easy peasy, 189 out of 160, so I get the plus 25% for that. Difficulty, speed of completion, that's a full level up. And then for the next one, difficulty, speed of completion, that's a full level up. Or like, half a level up. But that got me to 45, which means I can now hit the return button and go take that mistletoe back to Future for the next quest. Yeah, we're doing well. Turns out, like 6 hours for 50, 49, 41, 41 levels in a class is actually entirely doable when you have leaves and a log. So, nice and simple. One stream for one class all the way up to 50. And similarly, if I ended up doing a combat-based class, I could do leaves as well. 1 to 50 in one stream would be pretty simple. It's just the reason it took a lot of streams for the last one is because doing the story mode, or not doing leaves. Tegan, I trust you not only as a botanist, but as one who shares my dream of bringing peace to the forest that shelters us. The Order of the Twin Adder has commissioned from us mistletoe in staggering quantities. You'll need to search in the vicinity of Camp Dragonhead in the central highlands of Coerthas. The curative properties of mistletoe make it a vital ingredient for many salves and medicines. I cannot help but fear that our guild has once more been drawn into serving this fruitless war effort. Forgive me for being a hopeless idealist, Tegan. Could you visit the Adder's Nest and inquire with Lieutenant Gavin as to the nature of his request? I will not refuse his order, you may assure him of that. I simply wish to know and be upset by it. Future, why do you do this to yourself? Upsetting yourself by asking too many questions and then being disappointed by the answer that you knew that it was going to be. Unless he's going to somehow give us an answer that's like, oh, actually, no, we're not using it for that at all, we're actually using it for this. Entirely different reason that is not war-based. So, Future wishes to know how the mistletoe will be used before she fills the order. It is a fair enough request. I have no intent to deceive her, nor you. The mistletoe will be used to prepare medicines for the battles ahead. It's as simple as that. This will not please a pacifist like the Future, I know, but what can be done? Does she think that we can enjoy bloodshed any more? Does she think that we enjoy bloodshed any more than she? Were there a way to bring peace back to the forest, I would be the first to welcome it. In the meantime, the Ixal continue to attack our people, and we do what we can to protect them. A single soldier such as myself has no more power to end this war than does a botanist. In any event, I must return to my duties. If you could harvest 20 sprigs of mistletoe and tell for Future that our courier will be along to receive them, the order would be in your debt. I already harvested mistletoe. I just need to go and deliver them back. Simple. So much rain. Welcome back, Tegan. So it is as I feared. Do not worry, I will take the 20 sprigs of mistletoe. There we go. Thank you. You have served the guild well once more, and so the unending cycle of bloodshed goes on. Needless to say, by no fault of your own. I bear no ill will to Lieutenant Gavin or his people. On the contrary, I have naught but respect for his candour, not to mention his service to my homeland. What weighs heavy on my mind is What weighs heavy on my that's why it doesn't even say the word mind. What weighs heavy on my heart is a sentiment far more simple, almost childish. I simply cannot bear to see this forest I love suffer any longer. War is inevitable, this I understand, but by aiding the war effort we do not merely contribute to the suffering, we profit from it. No better than the parasitic mistletoe, we suck the life out of the trees that shelter us for our own personal gain. A parasite. Is that what our once proud guild has been reduced to? How can I, in good conscience, permit this to go on? Forgive me, Tegan. I would be alone with my thoughts for a while. Yeah, I knew it would upset her. And now I can use Truth of the Forest to look at unspoiled nodes. Move these up here. And go into my actions and traits. No, not that at all. Actions and traits. And go and grab the ones that I want. Next, we've got the level 50 prickly pineapples and all starred spots. The downside with these ones is that they are timed. There are set times in the day where these appear at specific points, on specific maps, and you only get notified either by looking it up on the wiki, or when you're on the map on the class it will go, there's an unspoiled node nearby, and you can then run to it and find it by using Truth of the Mountain, Truth of the Forest, Truth of Forests. Yeah. So Sigoli Desert. We don't know. Various places, and random mystery things. Fun parts are things like this. There's a minion. It's just a minion that if we go to the East Shroud at the right time, we can just harvest a minion from a ball. That's quite cool. And then it's a bunch of special woods that you need housing and things like that. I like special things like prickly pineapples are going to be crisps. Recipe. Same with apricots and blood oranges. Don't know, but probably all in Mordona somewhere. So, we've got the East Shroud. Yeah, that's the 2 spots. We can go to the East Shroud fairly easily. Oh, actually, what's the level 50 hand in? Have a look at that. It's 3 spruce logs. In which case, I need to know when and where they turn up. 9 AM Eorzea time. Well, that's just past, so that's annoying. In Coerthas Central Highlands. So I literally just missed them. Because I would have been in Coerthas Central Highlands at 9 AM in Eorzea time. Darn. But we can at least go and gather the stuff that we know we can. And then we can also... No, we can't run that yet. I was about to be like, we can also go and gather the things that we need for the next level up. We could go and do the level 45 botany stuff, which is in Mordona and St. Quinet's Find. So I can go and lock the leads for Mordona. After I get these items. Rosewood. Making sure Sneak is on. And then we need to go to the Sigoli Desert, so I can turn that on. Just that if I stumble across one. That one. I think that's where the Sigoli Desert is. South Downland, makes sense. I'm pretty sure, I know that's where it is. I don't know why I was guessing and being like, oh, I think that's where it is. It's like, I know that's where it is. I just was scrolling up and down the list to find it. But I was being a bit of a goof at the time, so yeah, happens. I'm going to jump into this and go, where in the Sigoli Desert are you? Oh, right here. I didn't even need to pull that map up because it's literally right here on my mini-map. And grab a cottage cheese just to make sure I'm getting the most out of this. Okay. Lovely summery music as we look out across the desert. Okay, well. Maybe I pull up the wiki really quick. Unspoiled, no, because I can. These I don't know the timings for. So I need to check. Because some of them are probably right now, but I don't know which ones and I don't know where. Okay, so. Eol's your time. My gear is the highest, because if anything that's what will hold me back from actually gathering with it, is if my perception's too low. 11 AM, about to go up to 12. 10 AM is Central Shroud, Cypress Logs. And 1 PM. Let's see if I'm quick enough. 1 PM is a bunch. There we go, you sense a level, I don't know if people can see that. You sense a level 50 unspoiled mature tree to your southeast. So it kind of gives you a general gist of where the thing is, as long as you're on the same map as it. And then it kind of highlights on your mini-map. You can see up here, unspoiled mature tree. We can then fly over and get ourselves some of this item. Which, if I'm correct, is spruce. Cypress. Oh, it wasn't spruce. If it was spruce, that'd be really good. We'll grab one of the bark cluster and then get the cypress logs. There we go. Where's the next one? Next one is 1 AM. We've got a Coerthus Central Highlands, an Eastern Thanland, 2 of those, and Eastern Lanacea, 2 of those. They're all at the same time, which is in like 30 seconds Eol's your time, 30 minutes Eol's your time. So we can head over to one of them, East Lanacea, East Thanland. Let's fly over to Coerthus and get that one. Don't know where I was going there for a second. The wrong direction is the answer. Sorry, I had to cough there. I'm trying to mute myself when I need to cough, because while still sort of recovering from my fluiness, I can at least not cough at everyone, which would be good. Not blow out all of your ears with my explosive coughing. Don't know why I had to say it like that, but I did. So, well. This direction, there's the town. And they should now be online. So when we fly into here, it should tell us that there's level 50 spoiled node nearby. There we go. You sense a level 50 unspoiled mature tree to the northeast. There we go. We've already grabbed a dark matter, so I don't need that anymore. Ah. Where were the others? Eastern land, so we need to run to those quickly. So we're going to use the teleport. Slumshire should be this side, I think, but I could be wrong. There we go. We sense a level 50 unspoiled lush vegetation patch to the west. So I'll grab these couple of items and then I'll jump over to Eastern Land and grab those couple of items, and then I'll jump to Mordona and do the leaves to get me up to level 50. And unfortunately I would have to wait till it drops all the way back down to 9 AM again in Eolzia time to get the spruce logs for the level 50 botany quest. But I can at least be level 50. That's not the correct tree at all. Don't know why I flew to that one. Yeah, loads of tomatoes. I'm glad it gives me those in chance of 5 because they're the ones that I actually need. And then it's East Land. And I sense a lush vegetation patch here as well. Perfect. I managed to get around and get quite a few of them in one go. That's why the list is important, because otherwise I'd be like, I don't know where I'm heading to get these things or when they're appearing, so I don't know when the next one is and where it is. My level up just kicked in the Titan music. Okay. Now we teleport to Mordona, because we don't have any more unspoiled nodes appearing for a few in-game hours. 5 PM in-game is the next one, and that's 2 nodes in different places. East Shroud and Coerthus. There should be enough time to do some of the leave quests. also getting very dark in my room now. All the natural light is gone. Quickly give me my leave quest so I can complete it. Get to level 15. Run away again. We have 4 fronts. Shooting the fog echoes between with them. Still isn't Oh, God. Yes. Okay. making one turn, which is literally great. And I need to fly off to go and do the other one anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, that one didn't work as well. I was getting the hang of it when I couldn't use the buff above 50. I put it above 60. And then just drop it a bit. Where's the big stuff? Not enough to get the double. Good. Still good harvest from all. Okay, maybe get 5%. No, I lost it. I needed like one more good hit to get 5%. And I also took too long. Oh no, 6. Where? Well, this is the Highlands. I can fly to that one. And then east. And then I can come back and go a couple more. And then maybe it'll be the 9 PM set, which is the one where the moon is. Sorry about that. Too busy flying and trying to get to where I need to be on time. And because I pulled up the list of in front of my stuff. Go, flying monkey. I feel like I had to try to music that whole time. It was in like 5, 6 parts. This is different to the Final Fantasy music. No, this is still Final Fantasy music. This is Stage 3 Titan music. Yeah. It does sound angry. That's because a lot of Primal songs play a specific band that makes the music. Funnily enough, called the Primals. And they edit it slightly for in-game because then there's less scratchy metal to it, because they are a metal band. They keep a lot of the elements of like soundy voices. They're folk music, funnily enough. It means that you get some very outwardly obvious singing. I don't know where I was going with that, but you get what I mean, right? The next ones are 9 PM, also in this one. So given that we've only got 1 hour and Eorzea time left, we may as well wait for it. And then it ticks back down to the 1 AM ones, which will be here. So we may as well wait for this one. We'll fly back over the fourth one up. The minion. I've got a big Gregora minion. We might only be allowed to get one visit. We might be able to get multiple. In which case I can have some to give away. Titan! music really fits the scenery down there, doesn't it? I do actually know the lyrics, I'm not because there are actual lyrics there. Me going do-do-do-do-do is actually them saying bow down over dweller. It's just I can't say it that quickly. Oh, there we go. It's word now. And there it is, the Kidragora. So first we will grab the pudding bowl. Then we'll see how many Kidragoras we're allowed. The answer is 1. Darn. But we got a Kidragora. We may have only been allowed 1, but we got 1. Which means I can now... Yeah. Do we use the minion that I gained myself? I think so. Little Kidragora. Hi, buddy. Yeah, he's happy. I found you in this bush right here. Yep, this bush right here. But now you're going to come with me. We're going to go on adventures. Yeah. Look at him running along behind me. Okay, we need to go back to Mordona. Because we've got one more level to get. Which we need to do leave quests. And we've got like 20 minutes to get it in. Before I have to realistically end the stream and go and eat something before going to sleep. Not a great idea to eat and then immediately go to sleep, but that's basically what I'm going to end up doing. This is pretty music. Flying off into the just misty light. Is it mist? Fog. Same difference. Hello, you have more field copies on me. Thank you. And those should be enough to get me level 50. See how they shine. have done much better on that one. Is this Stone Vigil music? It's male Darkhold music. I think it's male Darkhold. It sounds very eerie if it is Stone Vigil music. The choir makes me think it might be. I mean, the choir just gives it like a Coerthus feel because they do a lot of Coerthus is like heavily religious, so they use a lot of choir music in the music for Coerthus. Very fittingly thematic, but it means that, and a lot of like heavy drums to make it sound wintry and snowy, which this gets the kind of the wintry feel, which is why I automatically went, is it Stone Vigil? Because it's got that kind of wintry feel, and I'm like, well actually it could be Male Darkhold, because they are also Coerthus based, House of the Male. Oh, I didn't even get close to the 5%. Topsy-turvy time! Obtain 40 items. Scaffolding logs. Wait, I'm hitting trees for scaffolding? I don't think that's how that works. I mean, it must be how it works. Different types of scaffolding, I suppose. I'm making sturdy scaffolding out of wood and cutting from the trees. I'm not harvesting scaffolding from trees. But in a way I kind of am, so I guess it makes sense. It's just cutting down a log, you can't just go, that's a scaffolding. It's like, no, that's a log. But you will make scaffolding from. Therefore, it's a scaffolding log. It is a log that will be used for scaffolding. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm going little circular motions of confusion. I'm talking over the wonderful music. almost filled my entire inventory. I've only done 30 levels of botany. I'm not even in the back. I've missed some of them because they were mature, unspoiled mode. I haven't got them because they can't come back around. But if I was to continue and try and get all the unspoiled ones, I would dump my inventory out somewhere. Which would be a nightmare because I would run to an unspoiled mode, realise my inventory's full, and then be like, oh god, I need to quickly run and put all my stuff back in. In fact, next unspoiled mode comes up in 30 seconds or 30 minutes AO's your time. But I'm not going to go into those before the end of the stream. So I don't know how to talk about it. I'll do it some other time. So what I'm going to be doing is taking these leaves, hitting level 50. And then I can't do the level 50 quest yet because that needs spruce logs, which is an unspoiled mode that hasn't appeared in the last 30 minutes since I unlocked unspoiled modes. Okay, level 50. We did it! We can now get mastery turns. Little tooltips about it. In fact, I don't need what first mastery turn needs from us, so I will quickly fly over there as I've got 8 minutes. I'll quickly fly over to Moldona, have a look at what the mastery turn needs. There is a bottom mastery turn. Because there is a cellar right up here. There's the friend to the lamp and the hand. Let's go around. Looking come through his text. Show your primary toolkit? Oh, I have to take it all out of my hand. Oh no. Wait, do we not have the... Oh, does it have to be the level 51? It might have to be the level 51. Also, an unspoiled node just appeared right here. And I know I said I wouldn't do it, but it's right here. And given that I was going to do something else and then couldn't, because I haven't actually got the level 50 stuff, I may as well go and grab this unspoiled node. While I'm flying over there and grabbing it, I will do my little sign out. So thank you everyone. Well, thank you everyone who tuned in, everyone who watched part of my lovely little botany stream. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. I'm sure I will end up having some, like a crafting stream, a culinarian stream at some point, and some levels of like that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's been really fun for me. I ended up having a nice time gathering a bunch of materials. I'm not wearing my glasses again. Oh no. Forgetting to put my glasses on. Let's go with gold this time. There we go. So yeah. Was like, you don't wear glasses, silly. Never known you to wear glasses. Like, I know, I forgot to put them on earlier. Yeah, thank you everyone who tuned in. Thank you for watching my stream. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. I'll turn the music down a little bit so you can actually hear what I'm saying.